So it looks like we are live right now. I think I can hear myself. All right. Thank you so much for joining tonight. I appreciate the patience while smoothing out some tech issues. Um, I I have a different setup for today. Um, we are still going to play some Baldur's Gate. But I wanted to go over something first before to kind of set up this tonight's opening topic. Obviously, this isn't the only topic that we will cover, and anybody can join the live stage by clicking the link pinned to the top of the chat. With all that said, um, good evening, role players. Have you got your game ready to go while we gab? Welcome to this week's Game and Gab stream. Today we'll have our usual pretty sights from Baldur's Gate 3 in the background, but we're going to be kicking up the spice another notch with a topic that's very prevalent now that um, religion and politics have become so heavily intertwined. Although they have always been related, it's been quite inseparable, at least in the U.S. for the last few years. So, our topic today is going to be about uh, financial transparency for religious institutions. Uh, I would say, in general, that all institutions should be transparent. But in this case, I think that um, that I think that we need to start small, where I can go over some statistics that are going to demonstrate um, what's expected of 501c3 charities and how that nonprofit status is not maintained for religious institutions, and that they are given quite a bit of uh, special privileges with very little to no oversight. Um, so, with our topic, decided to. Oh, oh dear! Looks like OBS is giving us some trouble. Hopefully that won't be a problem. If it continues, I may have to restart the stream. But yeah, hopefully that's just a fluke. Um, but with that said, I'm going to do a quick intro, and then I see that Steven has raised his hand, so we'll invite you up in just a minute after I finish this intro. If you want to participate and further the conversation, you can click on the Discord link at the top of the live chat to hop on the live stage with me. All people 18 and up are welcome to come and go as they please throughout the duration of the stream. When you're ready to speak, click the raise hand button at the bottom, and I'll invite you on the stage, just like Steven has done here. You can suggest future games that you want me to stream in the comments. You can also suggest it in the live chat, but I can look back at it later, long term, better at first glance in the comments as well. If I haven't already, you may see it played during the next Game and Gab. If I don't, I think there's a way to gift games for people on Steam. I I would need, I don't know exactly how to figure that out. Maybe there's a way to figure that out, but uh, there either way, if you join the Discord servers that I either one linked in the description, um, that's the best way to communicate with me, and we can establish some sort of thing there if you wanted to see me play a particular game, and you want to make sure that I have it. Um, you can also watch more fantasy RPG fun with my weekly tabletop role-playing game group when we stream our D&D sessions on Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. Central. We have 1 to 2. Well, so right now we have like we have guest spots open. Our regular spots are full at the moment, but we do appreciate and encourage more people to join role playing by being able to schedule a guest appearance um, in future uh, role playing sessions during the campaign. We're also coordinating. We're using the Ready to Roleplay server as a means to coordinate other role-playing campaigns. So not just the one that we're currently doing, but also if anybody else wants to host a campaign or join another campaign, we have a looking for group channel for people who are wanting to join other campaigns. And we do have at least one game master right now who is planning to run some one-shots as a week-long event, probably sometime next month, I'm thinking. So let me make sure that I can link the Discord. Here we go. This is the Ready to Roleplay server. And that's if you're interested in roleplay. And if you want to join the secular humanism server where we continue the conversation, you can join immediately at the link at the pinned at the top of the chat, live chat right there. I also want to ask everybody, if you can, we want to get more people in on in the conversation. We want more participation. So please, if you can, like the stream, and if you want to make sure that you catch whenever we go live, especially when there are mishaps that make it so we have to reschedule like we did today. You can always be able to see when we go live and be notified by subscribing. So we are going to invite Stephen up to speak to today's topic. Hi, Stephen. Oh, it looks like you might have been having some tech issues. Can you not hear me? You are muted if you weren't aware. Interesting. Okay. Well, I do see I do see it lighting up at the moment. I can try and reconnect. It shouldn't end the event. I'll do a quick reset of voice and video settings. And then you should still be able to hear me because I've got it so that it'll capture my mic even without Discord. Okay, can you hear me now, Stephen? If not, what I recommend, it could be on your end. What you can do is you can go to user settings at the bottom left. You can go to voice and video under app settings. Go to the debugging tab under voice and video, and then hit reset voice and video settings. It's like a little button with red text. So, while we're getting those tech issues sorted out, you can see up here that right now we've got a web page that is the Better Business Bureau Standards for Charity Accountability. So this is what's expected to be certified by the BBB to be a certified charity. If you are a nonprofit, you need to be able to provide all these transparent standards. So there's obviously like a lot of standards with the boards, no conflict of interest, no like absurd board compensation for like one particular member, things like that. Okay, looks like, can you hear me now, Stephen?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Excellent.
Hooray! Oh, I'm going to put in that little cheering sound effect. Didn't work out how to do that. I know I have to.
All right. Yeah, thanks so much.
I feel like apologizing.
No, it's all right. I do definitely want you to participate, so I appreciate you coming up.
Yes.
So right now, we are going to kind of go into like the standards that are expected for nonprofits, and we're going to compare and see do these churches live up to these standards as nonprofits. They are classified as nonprofits, but I'm not sure if they follow the standards too much. So we can go through that together.
Yeah.
And I've done a little bit of comparison research. Obviously, because churches are not required by their state or by federal law to publish their finances, the data is limited for churches. I was able to find two particular, it was called a compressed audit report, which is specifically only for nonprofits that have an income of 250,000 or lower. But these were mega churches, and they were pulling in millions. So it's kind of funny. So let me see if I can. Here it is, actually. So an audit report. Make available to all, on request, complete annual financial statements prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. When total annual gross income exceeds $1 million, these statements should be audited in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. For charities whose annual gross income is less than $1 million, a review by a certified public accountant is sufficient to meet the standard. For charities whose annual gross income is less than $250,000, an internally produced complete financial statement is sufficient to meet the standard. So when I was looking for public information for these two megachurches, they obviously were pulling in millions. However, it was not a complete annual financial statement. It was a I guess it technically wasn't internally produced. It was by an independent auditor, but it was a small financial report. It wasn't complete annual financial statements. They were essentially doing what is required for charities whose annual gross income is less than $1 million. So this is going to be really important when we go over finances that are expected for nonprofits and charities. So, this is also something that is when people are often trying to say that religion and religious institutions are necessary. They say that it's because they do more good than harm. They say that they do more charity than secular uh, organizations or secular populations. And I just in my experience in the nonprofit world, which was the majority of my life. My family worked in nonprofits. I volunteered in nonprofits throughout my life. Um, I've been intimately involved in nonprofits for most of my life, and both secular and still having a religious leaning, but it wasn't a religious institution, so they still had to abide by strict nonprofit charity standards. And I found that the what was labeled as charity in a religious institution like a church was, I think, grossly mislabeled. Um, Wholly uh, essentially it's as much as just if you tithe to the church, that's considered charity, but it's not like that tithe is going to be earmarked to help people in need. Usually these tithes are just blanketly given because they're just they're pressured by the church um, to uh, to tithe parts of their income, or especially when they pass the collection plate around, you can't earmark what you're putting in the collection plate. You can't say this donation is specifically for um, uh, programs that help those in need. They just pass the collection plate, and everyone expects you to put money. I specifically remember my family, um, we were in this huge church in the Woodlands, Texas, and um, whenever the collection plate would come around, my mother would um, give all of us like she would give it all of us $5, even though it was all her money. It was all from her. she didn't want it to look like we were all skipping the collection plate. Um, and so then I had whispered to her, um, Mom, this church is like, it looks like it's doing well. Why does it need more money? And she would shush me, and she would say it's helping those in need. And
Oh God.
obviously I would ask, like, you know, if this is God, why can't God help those in need? Why does God need money? Now, I was young, and she was, obviously this is in a place where she felt like she was very, um, like she felt like she had to put on a professional um facade in front of everyone there. And even though it
Mm,
was such a big church, there it was still a there were still community members that we would run into often, especially in her work in the nonprofit field. Um, you know, if she's seen um, skipping the collection plate, it can look like she was a hypocrite because she's working at a nonprofit. So why isn't she giving to the church? They're a charity too, right? Well, so that's
mm,
kind of what this whole um, presentation is starting out with at the moment. So, that's that was kind of my motivation here, is because I want to show that labeling um, any donations to a church and labeling the church itself as a charity is um, incorrect, and that they should be
mm,
held to the exact same standards as any nonprofit. And I think
mm,
that all organizations, secular or religious, should be totally transparent, not just with their finances, but with their practices, their infrastructure, their
mm,
how they uh, treat their employees, how they treat um, their clients and um, their clients, customers, congregation, all of it should be
mm,
100% transparent. And I believe that for both large and small businesses. Um, obviously, that would require a lot of oversight. Um, but we actually already had the infrastructure for that. Now it's been severely reduced
mm,
since you know certain administrations have taken over,
yeah.
but it was something that we already had in place, um, and we had multiple agencies that would cover different areas. So, like the FTC would um, cover fair trade for consumers. And then you also had you had OSHA to make sure that the workplace environment was safe. And you would make sure that the people who were involved in any sort of like personal, like interpersonal um, relationships, um, that their only recourse shouldn't be internal human resources, because obviously HR is there to protect the company, not the people who have been hurt. And something that I have found to be just an excellent framework that has it's been an excellent ethical framework for secular humanism in to like put into practice for businesses. I talked about it before. It's it's the Creator Accountability Network, and they use the restorative justice model. And restorative justice is not focused on who deserves what, or where the blame needs to go, or getting exacting some sort of retribution. It's about making sure that um, all harm is reduced, and if any has been made, alleviated, and that all parties are put in a better situation so that the harm doesn't occur again in the future. Um, and when we're dealing with workplace environments that are toxic, and especially religious institutions where there's this whole like aspect where your eternal afterlife is determined by how well you get along with that religious institution, and in some cases can be um, so confining that uh, you're expected to keep your head down and not talk about any harm that's been done for you. Like, that's, yeah, I mean, that's been, that's where I want to speak out. And that's where I want um, to show that transparency is so vital for um, for the health and well-being of everyone, you know, congregation, clients, um, customers, patients, um, and including the well-being of employees and leadership as well. And I also, it could be a topic for another time, but it's also really important for there to be a diverse um, leadership so that um, simple, like missed uh, communication and um, like simple misunderstandings are avoided, because when you have a like uniform um, leadership where everyone has uh, a similar background and culture, um, it is like statistically proven that they uh, reach fewer people, that it's less profitable, and that it's um, not a welcoming environment, both for uh, the people that they're the demographics that they're trying to reach, but also for the employees involved. And so, that's something that could be a potential topic in the future. Although I would probably want some guests that are more like guests that have had experience dealing with um, environments that are like low in diversity, or introducing, just starting to introduce diverse perspectives and backgrounds. But and there are, there are some statistics that, I would love to be able to gather to show that. But there's a reason why companies were like for-profit companies were starting to include um, diversity, equity, and inclusion, like guidelines, not necessarily like hard rules, but like just general, this is kind of what we want to try for. because it was profitable. It was making them money. They were able to reach more customers. Um, and if you have enjoyed D&D and you've like been in the Ready to Roleplay server, um, our game master Nimlam, also known as Andrew Christopherson, he posted a D&D video in the general chat that I had seen a few weeks ago that was about how like women were supposed to play in D&D in like really early uh official rule set. And it was, despite how like kind of like stereotypical and also like constraining it was, their intent was to try to get women to join the game to play more. And because they had no women in leadership roles, probably no women developers, um, they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Like they didn't know how to do it. And there was an interview with a developer who uh, worked back then, and he was talking about how like he totally sees how it's ridiculous now, but they just had no clue back then. And so they actually, it would have given them more profit to be able to reach out to this untapped demographic if they had someone uh, who had that background that understood that demographic. So that's a really good example of diversity. But this is a very long tangent. That's not the focus of our first topic in any way. So I'll try and go through this as quickly as I can so we can get to the juicy stuff. So for Better Business Bureau standards for nonprofits, we're going to go over quick, mostly finances. Obviously, there are more, you know, there are more standards set here, like for donors and disclosures and all that. It's also for transparency, having the annual report available to all on request that includes all of these particular um, uh, that includes all of these particular requirements. That would be uh, part of being publicly transparent. So that would be the goal, to have all of this information publicly transparent. But I I see Lieutenant Jedi is with us, and I totally agree with you. Yeah, the prosperity gospels are the worst, and that is actually part of that's a little bit of what we're going to cover. And then I also see you said female gamers back in the 80s were few and far between. Yeah, that she was one of only a few, as I recall. Yeah. And it was, unfortunately, it started as a marketing tactic because when companies were deciding how to market specific things for kids, they noticed that they might get a little bit more profit if they were to like if they were to market specific things for one gender over another. Kind of like the whole, it's kind of like where we get the pink tax, where products marketed specifically for women are a higher price than usually than products marketed for men. But that is usually in regards to uh, like maintenance, hygiene, personal, maintenance things because generally speaking, the society puts more pressure on women to have uh, like perfect personal hygiene and maintenance. So uh, marketing, they assume that women are going to pay, are willing to pay more. Um, it's just ridiculous. So
I
for
know that's awful.
yeah, uh, I've heard that there are countries where that isn't the case. Uh, that sounds
Mm.
awesome. Um, I have like quite a few times I've just gone with products marketed for men just because it's cheaper. The only downside is that um, if there are any hygiene products that are marketed for men and they include like some sort of fragrance, the men's fragrances are super limited. Like they assume that men don't want to like smell anything besides um you know
Manly.
like and like manly sense, and then the descriptions of them are so ridiculous. It's like
Mm.
some of the descriptions of the fragrances tell me nothing of what it's supposed to smell like. Like usually the women's fragrance, it'll say like citrus or floral or something like that. It'll give you an idea of what it's supposed to smell like. Whereas the men's, it'll just be like um you know uh jet power or you know cinder uh
Wow.
cinder flame or something, like it's just like it's always this vague description. It's like I don't know what this is supposed to smell like.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. Left-handed Jedi. Yep. Um, that was actually my mother had to suffer through a lot of that. And she was actually disowned when she said that she was going to join. She was going to go to college. Um,
Oh my
she
God.
yeah, she said that I want to go to college, and at the moment, she was with her grandparents, and her grandparents said, if you go to college, and if you leave, uh, you're you're not uh welcome to come back. Um, and she obviously prioritized her education over that. So,
Mm.
I mean, just I really am shocked uh how much she had to struggle through just to do things that um that are basics for most most of our lives, banking, credit cards, things like that. So there were times where she would go up to a bank and she would be like she'd say what she needed for the bank. And they would ask, "Where's your husband?" Like it was just awful. But
Oh,
I am
nuts.
really I'm really glad we changed today. Let's see. If I
Just
remember
reading.
right, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm just reading Left-Handed's comment.
Yes, yeah.
Audio. Yes.
If I remember right, a buddy of mine's mother was the first woman on the New York Stock Exchange. That was the 90s, if I recall correctly. That's really interesting. Very cool. Speaking of finances, uh, we'll go over this as quick as possible. So, financial expectations from the Better Business Bureau for nonprofits. Program expenses spend at least 65% of its total expenses on program activities. That's also something that we can see on, let's see, from, yeah, according to the Charities Review Council, at least 65% of funds should be spent on total annual expenses for programs. And then we'll also see that, no more than 35% on fundraising and administration combined. Obviously, there could be uh, acceptable reason for deviation from that standard. They would have to explicitly uh, give an explanation for why that they needed that. And here they cover fundraising expenses, spend no more than 35% of related contributions on fundraising, and then they talk about what counts as fundraising. This is a big
Um,
one. Accumulating funds. Avoid accumulating funds that could be used for current program activities. Um, to meet this standard, the charity's unrestricted net assets. So this would be including anything that is not like just uh, ready to spend cash. This would be assets that are like valued and appraised, uh, real estate, any kind of properties, and specific items, goods, things like that. Um, and the unrestricted net assets available for use should not be more than 3 times the size of the past year's expenses or 3 times the size of the current year's budget, whichever is higher. Uh, I'm sure that we can think of a few examples where that absolutely is not the case, like with the LDS Church and with the Catholic Church. They also need to have a detailed expense breakdown. Include in the financial statements a breakdown of expenses that shows what portion of these expenses was allocated to program, fundraising, and administrative activities. If the charity has more than one major program category, the schedule should provide a breakdown for each category. So, in the two reports that I've found for these mega churches, uh, and I'll demonstrate those in a little bit after we finish this. Um, they provided a bit of a breakdown, so but it didn't go into details. It wasn't showing a breakdown for program categories, and it didn't include a breakdown of all expenses. It was just like very general categories. Obviously, accurate expense reporting. Uh, this is just something that would go with the independent auditor that would verify this. Obviously, have a budget plan for its current fiscal year, and then that annual report. So, but when we go into specifics for what I wanted to focus on, which is um, administrative spending. So things like for, uh, employee payroll, what's expected from nonprofits. So this is a study from Syracuse University based off of big nonprofit spending. And they are looking at 10 nonprofits to large nonprofits to see what the average expense is. And like it said here, no more than 35% on fundraising and administrative combined. So administrative expenses would be even smaller percentage because that would be, the fundraising percentage is included in that. Charity Watch considers a charity to be highly efficient when program spending is 75% or higher. And then it looked into, it looks like, is this 2015? I thought it was, it looks like this is 2015. Okay. I thought it was 2024. Well, this will still work for, because we do have one megachurch that only had a 2017 public financial statement, and that was the most recent that they had. So we can see that the overall spending for it's going to cover 10 charities. So like the American Red Cross, you can see here administrative is the dark blue. The dark blue for American Red Cross. This is a $3 billion like spending. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yep, that's 3 billion for the American Red Cross. So 3.59% of that is for administrative.
No, it's 3 trillion. It's 3 trillion.
This is thousand, million, billion.
Oh, billion. Beg your pardon. So sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It might be harder to see on a smaller
I
screen.
had to keep count of all those different places. I'm not used to it.
No worries. Yeah, so 3 billion. Sorry, now I'm stuck on it. 3 billion, 3.59% of that spending is administrative costs, and then only 6.01% is fundraising. The rest is all programs. Look at that. 90.4% is programs. That is super efficient. Remember, it said that 75% or higher is considered to be highly efficient by Charity Watch. Then we see St. Jude's. Now, St. Jude's, I noticed, is probably the highest for staff. I could understand why, since it's more research focused. And they do have a huge fundraising program. So I am not surprised to see that 16.7% is allocated for fundraising. And they do have 10.88% for administrative. Still, that being said, oh no, actually, it looks like the Smithsonian Institute has the highest administrative at 18.5%. Okay, so that is the highest one. Very interesting. Yeah, so what I did, look at this, Doctors Without Borders, 0.93%, not even 1% goes to administrative costs. So I am going to, what I did was I took an average of all of these. I took an average of the administrative spending for these 10 nonprofits that were studied. Remember, this is from 2015. The average percentage of administrative costs for these 10 nonprofits was 7.19% for administrative. The highest we just saw for administrative was the Smithsonian Institute for 18.5% to administrative costs, although it looks like that is the far outlier. All of them seem to like to go between like 1 and about, a little over 10%. So 1 to about 11% is about the average that we see here. So, excuse me, I always get very yawny at this stage. I've done a lot of sleeping, so it's not that I'm tired. But
I'm gonna start.
sorry. So you may be thinking, okay, well, how is this apples to apples? Because some of these large large nonprofits are doing different types of programs and outreach that a uh, church church's programs might not necessarily do for those in need. So anything, excuse me, uh, anything that's going to be like internal, where they're just focused on like keeping their congregation together, or trying to market and like get more people to join the congregation. I'm going to be considering that to be like internal marketing and fundraising essentially, because they're trying to get more people to tithe. Um, for a more apples to apples um, comparison, I'm going to be talking about programs that are community outreach, things that are for people in need. So, uh, anytime that they're giving like resources, anything that's like food, medicine, things like that, um, usually you don't see them go too much into community education or like spending to uh give to foundations that help help provide for education for the community. So specifically the big charities that give resources to people in need, we're going to mostly focus on things like the American Red Cross, which is like emergency relief. I have seen churches provide um, some emergency relief. For example, the Lakewood Church, after, a little bit of prodding by the community, it wasn't their immediate focus. Um, they were mostly trying to you know I think protect the property, and also, if there were any there, they probably couldn't get too many volunteers that could make it in the middle of the flood after Hurricane Harvey in Houston. um my apologies. There's also Doctors Without Borders, so that would be like medical aid. I believe I've seen some churches provide, uh, you know, basic medical aid. That's not a very common one, so, if you don't want to include that, that's fine. The UN Foundation is pretty diverse. They pretty much provide um, funding for all sorts of uh, programs that the UN does. Um, so some of it is focused on like educating to get a more like diverse um, involvement from like in the next generation. And then others, it's providing resources to um, UN countries that are in need. So it's pretty diverse. And then also, Habitat for Humanity is affordable housing, and I have seen some churches provide uh, do fundraisers for like housing or things to help people like repair their houses or things like that. So, and that's uh, I would say the closest apples to apples of these 10 charities that we have studied here. Um, so with that said, let's compare. what are some average church budget percentages? So we're going to go over what the general is because, like I said, we don't have uh, large scale reports for church financial statements because they're not consistent, they're not regular, and they're not always public. Um, so we are going to, and yeah, I see that Randall is talking about some, uh, yeah, there are definitely like nonprofits that um, are that don't meet these requirements, and so they're not certified by the BBB, and they are often uh, put as red flags on like Charity Watch and any other watchdog organizations for nonprofits. And that's why I recommend before you give to any particular nonprofit that you check to see um, what specific nonprofit watchdog organizations are saying about any particular charity, and are they BBB certified? You know, um, and because they are forced to publish their finances as a nonprofit, we can have these watchdog organizations rank them and show how affected they are with their spending. You can't tell that with most uh, churches, and yet they're still considered to be nonprofits. So let's look at some average church budget percentages. Uh, so for staff salary, this blew me away. This is from Tithely. Um, Churches typically spend about 50% of their budget on staff salary. Multi-site or larger churches may see lower percentages, while smart churches may spend more on staff salary. Giving and missions, we're probably all familiar. Many churches tithe 10% of their income. You know, that's to missions and charity. That's pretty close. Savings, 10% of church income for an emergency fund. I'm pretty sure that's close to within the accumulating funds. But let's see, the charity's unrestricted net assets was net assets available for use should not be more than 3 times the size of the past year's expenses or 3 times the size of the current year's budget, whichever is higher. So it could vary. Just a flat percentage isn't enough to know whether or not um, that savings is reasonable, but we do know with what information we've been able to gather from assets and then whatever information has been leaked from large churches like the LDS Church and the Catholic Church, we know they're just sitting on like uh, billions. And in fact, the LDS Church is known to be holding um, more money in their coffers than the Catholic Church. Like, and the Catholic Church we know is more widespread. They have more people tithing. Uh, it just goes to show that, well, one, the LDS Church demands, um, I think, higher tithes, and excuse me, it's also like the tithes are considered mandatory to be able to participate in their like temple practices. It's considered mandatory to be able to get married in the temple. Like tithing is mandatory to get your temple recommend for the LDS church, which getting that temple recommend means it's your only way to be able to uh, get married in the temple, get be able to go with family members to the temple, um, be able to join funerals in the temple, uh, baptisms, um, go through that whole like uh, that it's kind of like a baptism ceremony, but it's like where you get your it's where you get like the Mormon magic underwear sort of thing. Um, there's a specific name for it, but I've forgotten now. But it's like so central to the religion. Um, and I mean, honestly, the control that they hold over their congregation is like ironclad. Um, and if you ever see what they have to what the rules like these strict rules that they place on missionaries, it is just it's I mean it's the bite model. Like it's I don't see
Oh,
how you can't call it a harmful cult.
oh, mm. Gosh, it's so troubling. The crazy control that is applied on in various of these, not even just is in a cult like that, but in, oh, not cult, sorry, I'm saying the wrong word, but yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I think a lot of mainline Christian churches will think of the LDS as a cult, but then you've got a bunch of people within mainline Christian churches um, that are Trey cult.
Yes, I would say that any religious institution that um uses uh behavior, information, thought, or emotional control as part of the bite model, I would consider that to be a cult. Um, whether even if it's like secular, as if they use any part of uh the bite model to control their members that are part of whatever group, um, I consider that to be a cult. It doesn't matter how big it is. Randall also says, don't they also do shady building deals? I don't know about the information on that. It's possible. Um, I do know that um, they are getting a larger influence online uh, with the intent to, you know, get more money for the church. They've been getting, uh, they've been doing like more deals with influencers and things like that just to get people interested in the like in the church, like to just get their foot in the door, show them the facade and make it, be like, oh, isn't this so peaceful and happy and everybody is so perfect? Don't you want to join this? But like on the inside, it's a cult. Like everybody is suffering. And like, it's known like that anybody who has left the LDS church, they're like, I was taught to by default put on a fake smile and it's that smile that doesn't reach the eyes. It's the smile that you do when you are taking a photo that you didn't want to take, you know? Like it's become notorious as like the Mormon mask sort of thing. So, but yes, I would say that any organization that uses um, the bite model to control their members, that's harmful. I consider that to be a harmful cult. So, especially if you are any sort of manipulation, any sort of control, you know, like to some degree in a community, there is a bit of a control aspect. Like usually, there's uh using um shame and you know laws, guidelines, uh, you know, mores, things like that, to ensure that the community is uh, not only like uh, uh, not only like not harming itself, but also staying cohesive. Like there is always some control aspect in any community, but when it goes so far as to perpetuate unnecessary harm, like, yeah, I'm gonna call it a cult.
Yeah, I think that's I need to look more into the stuff about the bite model.
Hmm.
But in my mind, this is just so much of the Christian church. I mean, if you just talk about just purely the doctrine of hell, like
Yes,
how
exactly.
controlling is that? And yeah, that stuff about shaming and that kind of manipulation, just very, very present in a wide section of the Christian church. Information, we're taught that the only way to escape going to hell is by believing the right thing. So we have to carefully monitor what we're believing and what we're thinking and what we're learning, lest we be led astray. It's just all through. Yeah, you know.
Yep,
I think
absolutely.
in my mind, the only kind of church that is not in that category is something that's really liberal or highly, highly nominal. But even those nominal churches will have um, I mean, where the congregation is highly nominal, you will still often have that preaching of really basic, horrible, controlling doctrines, undeconstructed. And, yeah.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah. It's pretty rare to see um religious organizations that aren't using some sort of unnecessary manipulative control, or like using unnecessary harm to control their congregation. Um, there are rare exceptions. I think like there's like types of universalist churches that are better. Um, but by that, I would still want them to be completely transparent with their finances, and uh, with their infrastructure and practices towards the their congregation and community members. So, I'd still want it to be across the board, no matter how innocuous they may appear. So, yes. All right. So, I'll try and speed this along. So these are just some of the general guidelines that we got from Tithely. This seemed to be, I did look for any other sources. This seemed to be the one that, like, I could only get for, like, that gave, like, actual percentages. Um, Anything else, it was always very vague about. It's like, oh, you should set aside a little bit for this, and you should set aside a little bit for that. And it's like, it wasn't giving me any specific numbers. So I wanted definite numbers to compare. So this is the general outline. It's I'll say this. Any church that spends 50% of their budget on staff salary, I haven't found one that is willingly publishing that. There's I think that if they were to publish their finances with no showing that their administrative spending is 50% of their budget, um, I, obviously they would be excoriated publicly, so they're not going to post it. That's, I 100% firmly believe that it should be federally required to post annual public financial statements, complete financial statements. So now we're going to go to specific instances. So the specific financial reports that I could find online were from the Life Church megachurch and from the Lakewood Church megachurch. The most recent financial report is from the Life Church. This is the 2024 financial report. And keep in mind, this is the I can't, consolidated. That's what I was looking for. It was a consolidated financial statement. So this is not a full breakdown. They have no other public financial statement. This is it. Obviously, you can still hide a lot with this. And because it is an independent auditor, I have no way with my level of like I'm a layman when it comes to financial, you know, uh expertise and certification and anything like that. So I would not be able to tell you whether or not these independent auditors are, generally uh, considered to be like they have no conflict of interest or that they do their job without bias. But essentially, this report from the independent auditor, as they say that they think that the financial statement matches with what their audit came up with. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't publish a consolidated financial statement that says the auditor doesn't agree with the financial statement. Like, they have the choice to publish it. Like, as long as they have the choice of whether or not they want to publish it, they're only going to publish what they think will look good for them. So that's something that we always have to keep in mind for these two financial statements that we're going to review. For the, and this is, so it's apparently, it's not just called Life Church, it's called the Life Covenant Church Incorporated. Consolidated Statement of Financial Position. This is for December 31st, 2024. So their total assets is 608 million, it looks like, just about. So total liabilities and net assets, 608 million. Then we're going to go to this is where we get to the nitty-gritty that we're looking for. So we are looking at total contributions, revenues, and gains. So the total they have without donor restrictions. So this means that people who have donated, um, they aren't saying if this is for only for programs. You can't use this for salary, or this is only for like this specific program, things like that. That's what it means to have a donor restriction. And this is with donor restrictions here. So total looks like with donor restrictions is 9 million. Without is 289 million. So the total contributions, revenues, and gains is $298.6 million. Um, what I decided to do, so I I wasn't sure if I should go comparing their percentage of uh, administrative expenses just on the funds that are without donor restrictions, because that's the only pool of money that they can pull from. They can't pull from the donor restricted gains. Um, but I realized that if I'm comparing it to the big nonprofit spending, we didn't get that that distinction for the total spending um, and revenue. Um, so uh, I realized that it would be more comparable to just make it the overall revenue. Um, and what we can do here is we can also, because I see here that this is a percentage of, like, these are the spending pattern. We examine their budgets. And so this is their spending budget, not necessarily uh, the percentage taken from their revenue. So what we can do here is we can, they do give us the total expenses right here. And what we'll do is we'll take the administrative expense and make it a percentage out of the total expenses so that it can be apples to apples with the big nonprofit spending. Look, so let's take a look at. So these are our program expenses, and they do actually do a little breakdown of programs here. And then there's just like a general free resources, and that's the total program expenses. These are the supporting expenses that we're looking at: general and administrative. So the total general and administrative is 19 point rounding up 19.5 million, because that's the six there, so we'd round up. So what we can do is we'll take the percentage of general and administrative, so that's 19,463,945 out of their total expenses. So this is their total like spending that they've done. Looks like it is 235,743,605. So given that, their percentage would be 8.3% of their spending is general and administrative, which is competitive with the overall spending for these nonprofits. But again, this is published voluntarily. We don't know if we also don't know like specifically um, how unbiased the auditing was. We don't know if uh, there's been other years where they've spent more on administrative expenses. So who knows? I also have the percentage of, just in case anyone wants it, the percentage of Life Church's general administrative percent of their income, and that is they spend 6.5% of their income on general administrative expenses. But just regarding the percentage out of their total expenses, so they're, what they've spent for that year, it is 8.3%. So, uh, that is the Life Covenant Church Inc., also known as the Life Church. Let's take a look at the Lakewood Church. This is the one that Joel Osteen runs. Um, and he's super close to me, actually. I live not too far from Lakewood Church. This is for, oh, interesting. It's for 2017 and 2016. This was the most recent that I could find. And actually, I'm curious about something. When was the Hurricane Harvey? 2017. Makes sense. Looks like they were trying to look good. Yeah, they got into a lot of heat for Hurricane Harvey. And so they used the independent auditor Harper and Pearson. This is in Houston, Texas. Obviously, they say, we believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. And then they think that the consolidated financial statements referred to are presented fairly in all material respects the financial position of Lakewood Church. Of course. Otherwise, they wouldn't publish it. Um, so, uh, what they did was they included the 2016 year restated. So apparently they had a 2016 report, and so they're just including what they had from 2016 and then comparing it to 2017. So their total current assets for 2017 was 13 million and 518,000. They have property and equipment, all that stuff. Other assets. I'm assuming that this bottom is like total assets, including the accumulated depreciation and amortization. So their total assets, maybe, is what I'm saying. They're saying like total current assets. It looks like they didn't label this. So is this supposed to be? This says total current assets. So then what is this total number down here? I'm not sure. They didn't label it. This is not a good report. Um, but what we want to focus on is this one. So, like all nonprofits, typically, if someone gives a donation, you can make it a restricted donation or unrestricted. We talked about that, how restricted requires the uh, uh, how restricted requires the donation to only go towards program expenses. You can't be using it on administrative, fundraising, marketing, nothing like that. It has to go to program. So, we are looking at their total support and other revenues. So both unrestricted and restricted total is 89 million, a little over 89 million. This is for Lakewood Church. Program services, their total is 67 million. Their expenses that we want to look at, general and administrative. So their total for general and administrative is 11.5 million. And if we want to get the percentage of their total expenses, so it can be comparable to the other secular nonprofits that we're looking at. So their total expenses are 90.6 million. So I'm gonna write it out here. So that's gonna be total expenses. Their general administrative total is 11,482,930 out of their total expenses, which is 90 million, 597,358. All right. That comes out to a total of 12.7%. So they, out of their total expenses, they spend 12.7% on general administrative. That's a little on the high side, but not as high as the Smithsonian, which was at 18.5%. If you want to compare the percentage of spending, the general administrative percentage spent out of their income is 12.9%. So not that different. Yeah, I see that Steven has posted like the whole like preacher jets and everything. Absolutely. Right now, and that's going to be our next example that we're going to jump into.
Sorry.
It's very similar to the next one. I just wanted to try and give a fair comparison based off of the information that is publicly available. So the last thing I want to do is be called unfair. So I am showing what is available, but obviously they're not
Might be
going
being a
to
little unfair.
is as much as I want to try to um be unbiased in this, it's just too obvious to
Yep.
to like not like you can't ignore that they choose whether or not they want to publish it. I mean, think about it. This was 2017. This is the last public financial statement that I could find. So, you know, for Lakewood Church. You know, maybe my Google search is not great. Maybe someone else, just because I couldn't find it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. But I'm saying that it's pretty damn suspicious. And I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt right now. But hey, if there's another financial statement out there that's more recent, hell, if they put their financial statements annually and publish them, like, that'd be something that I would praise. But uh, it still should be done by an unbiased um, auditor that like has to follow specific um, guidelines that are uniform, like federally uniform, which, they don't have to do that. So, here we go. All right. here's the juicy stuff that everyone's been just dying to talk about. So obviously, the churches that are that have some shady financial practices, they're not going to publish it. So here is something from Ministry Watch, which talks about something that's been pretty public since 2021. Um, Former staff and members say Hillsong pastors fund lavish lifestyles with member gifts. So this is pretty infamous. Hillsong has been known for this foul play. So
Mm.
pastors at Hillsong Church use prepaid expense cards funded by member donations to finance lavish lifestyles as volunteers provided unpaid labor for the church, former congregants and staff members told the New York Post. The pastors got the reloadable expense cards along with Hillsong credit cards. Former LA branch service pastor Nicole Herman told the Post. Several church staff members and volunteers told the Post that they made purchases for pastors using the cards and were never asked to reconcile or justify what they bought. So that's kind of what we've expected, especially from these mega churches and prosperity gospels. It's like it's sort of just it's just implied. I mean, the most infamous example is that creepy dude. Prosperity
That's
gospel creepy
ambiguous.
dude.
The creepy too.
Uh, I mean, yeah, I guess Joel Osteen, Kenneth Copeland. That's who I'm thinking of.
Okay, yeah, wow.
Yeah, where to justify why he bought a private jet, he said that he doesn't want to get on a commercial flight with other people because it's a tube full of demons.
That's right. I remember hearing that. Oh my God. Demon safety.
Yeah.
Mm, man.
Let's see if I can
And
pull it
of
up.
course, the man of God has to be protected from demons. Isn't God supposed to be tougher than demons?
How are you?
No, he needs to have the jet for safety. There we go. I'm sorry, I'm not being very unbiased, am I?
No, that's all right. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, I think I saw this interview. That was
Yeah.
mental and scary. Oh
Yeah,
my
no.
God. He just got a bit wild. He let his inner demon out.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Can you see it? You should be able to. And let me make sure that the audio is up.
On YouTube, yeah. I'd have to turn up the sound for that. I don't want to do it. I'll let you do it. Do you want me to do it?
Audio input. Looks like it's as high as I can go on all my settings. So, if you can't hear it, make sure that your volume is up.
Here's what happened. We flew.
That one comes through on the Discord, yeah.
Oh, can you see the YouTube stream?
Yeah, I'm watching it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Oh,
So you
sorry,
should be able to.
I better turn it down because otherwise I'm going to echo it. Or I'll turn my mic off.
Yes, I would recommend you mute so that it doesn't echo. All right. Let's hit play here.
In 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do that.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment, You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
If you give me a chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People, I love people. Jesus loves people.
Sure he does.
But people get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle? It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people. Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial. When I went to Oral Roberts University, I flew for Oral Roberts. I'm a commercial pilot.
Goodness, this is going on quite the tangent. I do want to make sure that I'm not using them. I don't want to get copyright struck here, but
Other people use them too. We have other ministries that use these. In the book of the
it's fine because other people use the private jet. I'm sure. It's super useful. You really need a private jet.
I do. I need a private jet. Can I have one?
Absolutely. It is not wasteful at all, and isn't a huge contribution to climate change.
Well, the great thing about not keeping, like having an anti-intellectual mindset is that you don't just get to just wave that sort of stuff to the side and supported by big industry, big petrol.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah,
So I had a little pause there too. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. So that was the all that I wanted to present. It did, because I went on so many tangents, it did take a while. So I do apologize that took so long. I'm sure a lot of you were like, I just wanted to relax and like watch a game or something. But I thought we'd do something that was a little bit more substantial. And what I'll do is I will swap us back over to
definitely a deep dive, but fun. That's the gift of John Oliver, is he does these extraordinary deep dives into this kind of thing, sprinkled with just peak comedy takes. Yeah, I've got to go back to looking at some of his stuff. But I can't. They're on HBO, but you can just about get anything. Well, you can get a wide variety of John Oliver free on YouTube, which don't support HBO until they've divested themselves of their involvement with J.K. Rowling. Is my view.
Oh, I'm unfamiliar with this
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, relationship.
So just so you I'm sure you know about J.K. Rowling's transphobia, and that she has bankrolled a push which has resulted in a change in the common law jurisprudence on sex and gender, whereby they have now put into common law that gender is binary, in complete contradiction to science and expert opinion.
Right.
I mean, the story behind that I won't bore people with. There's a bunch of stuff out there on it, but so yeah, so she's this is her brainworm now. She is completely a transphobe activist, and
Direct me.
and explicitly, expressly, this is what she is where she's at, and can't say this about her, but there are others. What's the name of the other one? Poppy. What's her name? Poppy something. Anyway, one of her other fellow transphobic turfs is actively and endorsing right wing extremist groups because they are allies in fighting trans or promoting transphobia. Just stunning, shocking, and awful. But so that's the kind of realm you're in with J.K. Rowling, and so how it ties in with HBO is they are they're the ones that they're
The parasite.
platforming the latest J.K. Rowling stuff, and the point that's made with that is that if you are buying into the J.K. Rowling intellectual property, such as, well, in particular Harry Potter, etc. You're actively funding transphobia because she gets the profits from that and she puts it into anti-trans or transphobic activism. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that
So,
I do remember.
Yeah. What somebody has recommended is if you are on HBO, drop it and make sure you write a letter letting them know why. It's because of their involvement with J.K. Rowling. I need to do that. I need to say I'd love to be love to partake of HBO because I know they've got Rick and Morty now, the latest season of Rick and Morty. But I need to write and say can't do it until you get rid of the transphobe. Divest yourself of transphobia. And I think it's fair enough. Like, I mean, I think some people would say, okay, that's, I don't know. I think some people might have a problem with that kind of boycotting thing. But I mean, she's actively oppressing trans people and making the world more dangerous for trans people, making it more dangerous in Britain. And
I agree.
Yeah, I don't. When that's happening, I just think, okay, no, there's no holds barred then. I mean, obviously not no holds barred. Obviously, I'm not encouraging anyone to do anything illegal, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I never saw that.
But with whatever you can legally. I've got to get this. This is what I'm in the mood for now. I'll just go to me. But I've decided I want to get it on PlayStation. And I want to get the disc of it because I think if I try to download it, it'll take up space on my PlayStation. But then I don't know if they have the same thing. Does anyone do they have the same thing as Steam where you have access to their library? I'm sorry, I've really segued really badly. That's my ADHD. Did you want to talk any more? Do we need to? Is it time to leave behind?
No, you're fine.
Finance?
You're fine. No, I finished up my my thing. So,
good job, Vicky. I mean, I mean, I know that you've worked. I think you said that you'd worked in that in the nonprofit area. Was it in finance? Because it was.
No,
that was a lot to work. I'm glad I wasn't the only one though that was that didn't come naturally to all of that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Finance is
No
really not
Olivia
my
will ever
thing.
believe this.
I don't
You
think it's
know, I
anybody's thing. I think there are people who are prepared to sell their soul to be part of the finance world, in the hopes that they will. Is this the Faustian pact? Is it Faust? I can't remember, but the Devil's pact. Let's say where you're making a deal with the devil in hopes of benefiting. Oh, well done. I love that. Almost, there's a part of me though that's just like maybe I just want to chill out and watch other people just play. I don't know, you can't always do that. And maybe it's healthier to actually be doing. See, the funny thing, my mum always had a huge thing against me doing gaming because I did waste a lot of time doing it. But I think there's an argument, and I think there might even be some kind of academic opinion that might discuss. Okay, I'm really freestyling here. I shouldn't be even saying that because I do think though there was some talk about how it's participatory. You are doing stuff. You are more actively engaged in what you're doing in a game than you are just passively watching a movie or a TV show. So it's there's an argument maybe that who even cares? Like, just have fun, people. Just do what feels good.
that's so
Hedonism.
rage.
Let's do it. Anyway, I think I derailed myself there. So I was saying I want to get it, but I want to get it on the disk because I don't want to take up space. But the quandary for me is it costs. When I looked up, it costs something in Australian dollars. It costs like $200, or maybe it's even more than that. I don't know, but I can't remember for sure at the moment. I have to look it up. But extraordinary. It just seems extraordinarily expensive. But and I guess we have
Need to rest soon.
the Russian oil boycott to thank for how economies around the world are running.
Well, I was pretty sure there were skeletons in all this.
I would say again. You're talking about the game, this particular section.
Yeah. There's... They're not popping up for some reason. I think I might have messed up. I think I missed some stuff and I messed up. Yeah. Let me restart.
This is the Bard character. Am I remembering right? You were doing the Dark Urge last week, and then we suggested doing a kind of back and forward where you do the Dark Urge, and then you do. I think it's the Bard, yeah.
Yeah, people requested the Bard, and I'll leave it up to people today. Do they want to see the Dark Urge next week, or if they want to see the Bard again next week? In fact, I'll do a little poll real quick.
Wait, do it a little bit later. I want to watch more to see to give it a a fair shake, because I haven't seen enough of the Bard, I feel like, to make a fair judgment.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a poll on whether to do it now or so no, I'm sorry. I'm making things up.
No worries. Yeah, the Bard shines in
That might be worth
dialogue. So that's where you get to see a lot of the fun.
Okay, that does sound fun. No, I need to turn it. No, I can't turn it up, can I? You can't put the sound through the Discord.
The only way to do that would be for me um to stream it through the Discord, and that takes up too many resources while I'm already live streaming.
Yeah, sure.
So otherwise I
But I don't want
would.
to turn out the sound here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going
So
to turn out the sound here so I don't get an echo.
yeah, I'll let you know when I'm going to when I'm going to start a dialogue, and then that way you can see it
Oh yeah, I'll
on YouTube. Okay. So
Don't mind if I do.
instead of destroying all of the caskets beforehand, some of them. So I know one contains a book that I need to be able to go further, so I can't destroy the caskets. Plus, I mean, technically, it is kind of metagaming gaming because I know that skeletons pop up. But the thing is that if you just open the casket, then it surprises at least one of your characters. I don't know if it surprises all of them. And so it makes you skip a turn. Let's see. Is that all of it? Yeah. Alright. So here's what I'll do. Do that. I'll let... Who will I let be surprised? I'll let Shadowheart be surprised. Because she can take a punch. And then that way I can get my hits in with Karlak. Move, please. Thank you.
Hey ho.
Do this.
One with the weave.
We'll have you over here. Okay.
My faith will guide me.
Let's go for it. Hopefully it just surprises Shadowheart. Interesting. Okay, so they used to all pop out at once. So now they have to help each other pop out? That's weird. Alright.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
It missed! Damn it. Do you have anything that could be a bonus action? No. Oh well.
Ready for
Alright.
another round?
You're there. You're there. Robust. Let's go. Almost stampede, right? Does this give it? Nope. Wait, does it? Nope. Boy, I suck at this. I've never played a barbarian. I just... Oh, I'm sorry, Steven. Alright, is this all I can do with her?
My faith will protect
Can I
me.
speed you up? I don't think I have anything I can do to speed you up. Yeah, I'll have a thingy. Okay. You get, so bludgeoning hurts you. I don't think any of my guys have a bludgeoning weapon. No.
May the dice roll in my favor.
Oh, he said, may the dice roll in my favor. I've never heard him say that before. Not enough movement. And you're not affected by poison. Do you have metal armor? No, it looks like leather. Yeah, I'll just do that.
My turn. Another fight. Let's go.
And I'm out of bardic inspiration. Do I have anything that I could... I could do a poison. They're all immune to poison. So, all right. Well, that's it. That's all I got.
Now this is my happy place.
Let me see. What do I have to do to keep my rage? Rage ends early. The barbarian hasn't attacked an enemy or taken damage since their last turn. What else? Attack of opportunity.
Hmm?
You get dazed. Interesting. Wow. Nice. Okay.
I speak, they burn. Oh, yes.
Let's keep you
What should
there.
I do?
Miss! How could you miss? He's 5 feet in front of you. drink a potion.
Never a dull moment.
It's just fine. Thanks for joining us, Steven. It's nice having you. Aw, damn it. I wasted a rage.
Come on, let's go. I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Not worth it. Not worth it. Worth it. Alright. Do any of these have anything nice? Nope. What about you? Dark Journal. That you need. I'll give that to Lyris. Ah, interesting. I thought there were more skeletons. Maybe something changed. Okie doke.
What to do?
Now we're gonna get to the dialogues. Let's take a look at the Dark Journal. Dark Journal. There it is. I pay no service to the gods, but by some blessing, this village believes me and my apprentice to be simple healers. My tattoos are hidden, my red robes locked away, and my lab secured. I have not heard the word Fae since we arrived, and only my apprentice knows me as Ilin Toth. This place is not ideal for my research, but I can never return home. Not the way I escaped. I'd be put to death, with worse to follow. The work here is simple and allows me to continue my research at night, but progress is slow. Reanimation seems easy, but restoring life? That prize eludes me. The tome contains the magic I need, but it fights me at every step, as does my apprentice. At least my familiar has made it easy to secure bodies without raising suspicion. This will take time. Will the Zolkirs find me before I can bring her back? I cannot say, but if they do come for me, they'll have to face the guardians I've raised. Alright, let's do some talking. Howdy! How goes it? Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be going at least for another 40 minutes. And then we'll see how he goes. Alright, let's do this.
Speak your name.
I'm really curious with the bard. I know how this goes. Magic mirror, tell me true.
What is your name?
Magic mirror, tell me true. Show my fortune known by few.
The mirror is not amused.
Maybe not. That's not going to work.
What?
Maybe not.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
What in the hell's
Uh-oh. Can I destroy it?
Have to keep going.
I don't think I can destroy it.
I'm
Alright,
ready.
well, I guess we'll try again. It looks like I can't access the mirror unless I do what I'm supposed to do. It was worth seeing what would happen. What's going on? Oh, I guess I had to go back in dying position.
Speak your name.
We'll just do this.
What is your name? My master was human, pure and true. You are not Ilintoth. If you are his ally, step forward and declare it. Only a true ally of Ilintoth may pass. What think you of the Zolkir known as Zastan?
You remember stories of Zastam, a powerful lich in Thay who made deals with dark gods.
It said that he didn't like him. So, a foul lich.
You are no Zolkir, but are you wise? Tell me, why might one use balsam ointment?
I read a doctor's journal. He used balsam to clean a wound.
Acceptable. Finally. If you could see anything in me, what would it be?
Interesting. Let's see what happens if I do this.
No. This is my purpose. I know nothing else, but you cared to us. No others ever did. Thank you. Be welcome.
Interesting. Very cool. Very cool.
A well-guarded laboratory. What were they hiding down here?
Oh, Lowe's candle. Interesting. Lots of goodies in here. I thought I saw something. Raised dead. Failed. Gone too long. Body decomposed. Reanimation. Failed. Came back as a ghoul. Had to kill again. Speak with dead. Failed. Answers unhelpful. Clone. Failed. Needs living tissue. Reanimation plus clone. Failed. Had to kill both ghouls. Resurrection. Failed. Why? Magical curse? True resurrection. I have reached the limit of my skills and resources. The book offers help. Dare I accept? Is that? Yeah, I'll take it.
Might be useful.
Scroll of Featherfall. Nice. And detailed record of travelers sighted in Moonheap Village. This book is full with pages and pages of observations tracking travelers and people in the village. Pages. It looks like he's trying to make sure they're not Thayan. Raid, black armored soldiers, some damage, not Thayan, but dangerous. The book's key gem has gone missing. Familiar ordered to watch my apprentice. Patches through, doesn't stop. Familiar reports apprentice disappeared near well. Well, sir. Raids. Same soldiers report. Townsfolk taken. On horizon. Raid? Interesting. Illustrated alchemical sketches and formulae. Some were written plainly, some in written scripts you barely recognize. There are guides to transmutating metals, recipes for weapons of war, but more than anything else, the book is concerned with reanimating dead flesh. Ooh, I can use that. I can also sell that. And I can sell that.
Let's have a look.
Nothing. Let's see. We got some goodies over here. Yeah, Mouse Grant. For I learned my name and my knowledge of the highest wonders knowledge. It was not but a lazy farm girl to look up. That's how I first saw them, the slow and serene earth motes, entire mountains migrating to the sky above. So later I learned of their origins, of the ancient Netherese empire that fashioned them, of the residual magic so potent it sustains them still. The wizards of Netheril carved marvels out of the mundane, lifted the earth aloft for industry for sport. It was later still, after I earned my place at the High House, that I learned of the long shadow Netheril cast along the evolution of our craft, that their great flying cities fell in folly and flames, does not diminish the wonders they wrought, and this stubborn aversion to studying them, to learn what they learned, is the very antithesis of Gaun's teachings. Yes, many of the catastrophes inflicted upon the centuries were fruit born of meddling with Netherese seed. Yes, their last shining bastion fell into shadow, their lore twisted to Shar's dark and destructive designs. And yes, I say again, whether the High House will sanction it or no, to study the very flame of creation is worth it, even should the fires consume us. But I think there's a way to continue studying the world ethically. whenever you have questions, you know, you don't have to stop asking questions or come to a simple answer. You can keep exploring while also taking precautions. Full of blindness. Interesting. Close by. The young
Killed and
cave bear.
stuffed before its teeth were fully grown.
Interesting. One gold. That's it. Huh? I can sell that. And you? No. Okay. Let's see over here. Pursuits of defense. Become the bulwark. You gain a +2 bonus armor class as long as you are not wearing armor or holding a shield. I don't think I've gotten a shield for Gala yet, have I? I have not. So he can use it.
I applaud your taste.
Oh no, darn. He is. Well, it's +2 either way. Am I wearing armor? I'm pretty sure I am. Wearing padded armor. Yeah.
The air is ripe with magic.
State bonus holding a shield. Well, you have missile snaring.
No time to rest.
What have you got?
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Hey, Tilt. Thanks for joining. Sorry for the last minute reschedule. Oh, wait. Karlak could use it.
What's the story?
What's she got? Running jump. Once per turn after the weird dash. Right? Yeah, there you go. So it's useful. Nice. And I'll send this to Gale to use. Can you use that? Not useful. So
All right, what now?
also not useful, so Send to camp. Dive. 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 All right. All right. And add to wares. Okie doke. Should do it. Straight upon this. I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, Brent already did this. Okay, let's see here. By the way, if anybody wants to talk and do another topic, you can join the Discord stage by clicking the link pinned at the top of the live chat. And also, you can leave a like so that we can have more people join. And also subscribe. So in case I have to reschedule, you'd be able to catch lives like this. Yeah, no, Tilt, it's totally, it's, yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah, it's my fault that I had to reschedule for tonight. So, yeah, no, normally we do Tuesdays and Thursdays. But yeah, Tuesday night, I suddenly was in a position where I wouldn't have been able to give the little presentation that I gave tonight. So, yep. But let's see. This book is about, looks like, hags. So, while the number of trinkets and bargains a hag personally acquires means that her powers will be unique compared to that of her sisters, hags as a whole can still be divided into three subcategories. Night hags, named as such for their ability to haunt a mortal's dreams, slowly devouring vital essence until the victim's soul can be trapped into the hag's soul bag. They are known for being petty, selfish braggarts. Sea hags, known for devouring their victims whole. Sea hags can terrorize and kill with a single look. They reek of fish and are incapable of making a proper cup of tea. Yes, that's important. Green hags. They are beautiful. They are powerful. Speak not a word against them. Oh, I can't reach that. I can't reach that. Oh well. Let's see here. That's the way out. Alright. Last thing I can do. There's only one use for this Quasit scroll. So it's best to just use it down here.
Oh, shit-piddling toe-rag! Never summon shovel, never feed shovel, now call shovel!
You recognize the tiny fiend. A quasit. Wicked creatures, often used as familiars.
Wait, you're not Illy?
Ugh, would chew you up and spat you out. Your scroll was in an undead's casket. Who were they? Yeah,
The blacksmith, the teacher, the grocer, the baker, little piggies to the butcher. So, you're Shovel's master now. Fine.
Your name is
Master
Shovel.
Illy calls me Shovel. Don't like it? Change it. Don't care. Basket. I like. Baskets hold babies. My favourite. So, what first, Master? Gutting locals? Raising the dead? Making them walk? Making them scream?
That what you and your old master did?
Yes. Steal bodies, tear them, then Illy puts them back together. Again and again. When he wasn't horny for the book. Oh, book this, book that. He loves the book. Good with tongue. Good at cutting them out, too. Tell you secret. Illy weak. Illy never finish book. But Master can do it. Read book, conquer book. Yes. See? Tell you truth, beef.
Okay. I guess that's it. Is that all of it? What's in here? Oh yeah, this is the way out if I wanted to. Take that, and that, and that. Let's take a look here. Old floppy hat. All right. Ooh, I can do that. Also use that. And we'll do a quick search here. Here we are. All right. Last thing we'll do is go through the hoopla of this area.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Is this not gonna light? Guess not. See if we can disarm it. Ah, crit. All right, well, at least I have inspiration. 2 critical fails in a row? What the hell? There's no way. Why am I critically failing? That was humiliating. 3 crit fails. My bonuses are such that I literally, the only way I could fail it was by getting a natural 1. Wow. 3 nat 1s. That's, wow.
away from Waterdeep.
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
I do a quick save here. Yeah, that was such a waste. 3? Oh my god, I used up almost all of my inspiration die. I don't mind doing a few rerolls, but goodness. Yeah, Tilt, I hope you like it. We'll be covering so for the first essentially like hour and a half, 2 hours, we covered the comparisons for what's expected for from the Better Business Bureau and Charity Watch for nonprofits to be considered, like efficient and um, transparent. And then we compared it to what churches do. Okay, something's going on here. Something's going on here. What am I? Do I have the karmic dice? Karmic dice avoid failure streaks while keeping the results mostly random. I have that on. There's no way. Okay, well, at least it was only one inspiration die this time. Why do I keep getting...
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Okay.
Wonder what's past this.
At least now I don't have to waste inspiration die. It's the disarming traps you have to waste your inspiration die on. Okay.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Yeah, that one. Isn't there like a... Oh, it's the plate right there, yeah. Okay. Oh, well, maybe I can. Never mind. Okay, I thought I had to waste it on those.
You have my attention.
All of them are failing, huh? Wow. That sucks.
Looking ahead.
Oh, well. Maybe I can disable the thingy. There we go. How can karmic dice be on and this keeps happening? This is ridiculous. That was so dumb. It's so dumb. I'm so glad it was on rolls that I could just keep trying. That's so dumb. Okay, now I gotta get Gale for this one. Do I have anything for his rings? Yeah, I can't do anything with that. Alright.
The book is locked tight with no visible keyhole, only an oval recess in the cover's mouth. You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those piercing amethyst eyes draw you in. You've seen similar books in wizards' libraries. A tome on Thayan magic, a rare and expensive find. But people have gone mad reading less dangerous texts.
Curious. Why don't you take a closer look? I'll observe from back here.
Please don't open the creepy book.
Alright, let's type the book into your. Why are you guys stuck? You should be following me.
What's next, I wonder?
Can't give up now.
There you go. Alrighty. We'll pull the lever. Pull the lever, Kronk! Is the right lever this time. Okay. Right. So there's something back. There's something. I remember there being like some hidden special thing with a goblin nearby. And I've missed it on my other run. Is it you? Oops. Who did I?
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did
Darn
you
it.
want something?
I want to talk to you. Is it you?
Everything here is ours.
Nope. Guess not.
Bugger off.
Who is it? Who is it that I'm thinking of? Anybody here? Goblin warrior, goblin sharp eye. Nope. What am I missing?
If you want to keep your inside...
Alrighty. I'll have to investigate the well to get that jewel, according to the book. But I did want to try something else. So, here is what we're gonna do. We have now reached midnight Central Time. Obviously we didn't get to play very much because, you know, most of the stream was spent, on, that little presentation that I did. So we can't, oh, that's right, this is a weird area. I think I have to do something. It's concerning. Scrawny bugbear. Oh, I see. And then it is it's maybe a little PG-13. What what's going on with the graphics? It's very distorted. Video. Let's do that. So weird. Oh, it's maybe it's the shadows that are giving that weird look. I did have the shadows on low. Oh no, I have it on high. Okay, we'll do that. See how that does. Still weird. It's so pixelated. I guess it is it. I hope it's just the shadows doing that weirdness. Anyway, so here's what we're gonna do. We can do one of two things. I'm gonna put up a poll, and we can either continue playing for another 45 minutes ish, or we can call it a night if we want to end the show. So, what do you want to do? What do you want to see? Continue after a break, or go to bed. And you should be able to see that poll, hopefully. There might be a problem with the pinned comment. And while I'm doing that, if you can, try to vote in the poll. I see someone's voted, so you should be able to see it. But either way, I will need to take a moment to take a break and then continue. We can pick up after that. So, I'm also going to look up to see if I'm missing something about the Blighted Village. BG3. Okay. Let's see here. Yep, there's Feather. We did that. Yep. It's the blacksmith's forge. I did the apothecary, the schoolhouse, well and town center. Barn, strange noises. Yeah, we're right next to the barn, and that's it. Okay. Oh, I can also speak with that. Do I have that charged? I don't. I already used it. I have to do another long rest. Okie doke. And I want to save my second one for the one that matters. Okie doke. Let's see what our poll results are. We have 3 votes saying continue after a break. Okay. So I am going to start a break, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 15. It runs a little long, but I should be back soon. So, and then we'll continue. All right. I will see you soon. Okay, sorry for the wait. Should have been just about 15 minutes. So, thank you so much. I hope everybody got their snacks. I'm gonna go ahead and end this poll, and I'll also put up a poll so people can start thinking about what we want to see next week. If you want to see more of the Bard next week, you can choose to do that in the poll, or we can continue where we left off with our campaign on the Dark Urge. So, the question is, which campaign should we play next week? This will be on Monday night. So, Dark Urge or Bard. There we go. And we'll keep it chill next week. So no major political religious topics to start off with. Obviously this is a free discussion show. So if someone joins us that wants to talk about those things, I would just be essentially the moderator for that discussion. So the next piece is going to be, PG-13. So, you have any problems with like references to things of an intimate nature? Now would be your time to like maybe mute or something. Uh, and you'll know that it'll be over when we're not messing with the barn door anymore. So just watch out. Just a heads up, if that's not your thing.
As you approach, a guttural scream and a succession of quick bangs rattle the door. Then, a low moan. Someone, or something, is having a bit of fun.
I think she'd announce herself. She'd probably think she wouldn't want to be in there.
Leave it. Whoever's inside doesn't want an audience, and I don't want to fight.
Huh. She's pretty chaotic. And she'd do it anyway.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, dude, what's with all these crit fails? This doesn't make sense. I don't get it.
Tell of my rutting, my virility.
Don't want this puny rutting written down.
Puny? I am strong. I am virile. I am
Enough! Oh, a moment ruined. Passion squished like slow goats underfoot. Oh, we leave.
Well, so Karlak and Shadowheart hate me. I'm pretty sure. Let me see what their status
I'm
is at.
ready.
Oh no, Lyris is still at high.
What a
And what
charmer.
does Karlak think? Karlak is neutral.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Well then, looks like they had a party in here of a gory sort. Ooh, Star
What's
Trek
inside?
story. That sounds fun. Loose folder. Good
Ain't good
sheet.
looking.
Okay. Covered. We read that.
And?
Ooh, nice. More goodies. Why not? I'll pick up some more. Oh, here we go. I don't think I did this. The realm according to Bumpo. Bumpo described his more unusual races. They weren't half so strange as the bird folk. First Aarakocra I met had the head of a parrot, the body of a human, and wings also of a parrot. I tried not to stare, but it was real hard. Turns out she was one of a motley party, because around her table were a tabaxi, cat folk, a genesee, element folk, and a turtle folk. Trying to act casual, I asked what the hell they all were. They ignored me, but I can't blame them. To them, I must have looked awfully dull and average, for they were the first of their kind I'd seen, but I was just one of a billion boring humans to them. Alrighty, that's it. There's some goodies here. So, yeah, I'll take it.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
A feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat.
Better not get another crit fail. I swear I'll... Oh my god. There's no way. Why? I guess this is just the crit fail bar. I guess that's just what the dice like for this campaign. That's just what we're gonna do.
Cautious method pays off. The dagger glides smoothly out of the mystery meat. Mystery meat, tough as bull.
That's 8. Still have short sword. Did 4 to 9. Okay. Plus, that was 4 to 9. Plus, where is it? There it is. Not so sure. I'll think about it. Maybe if I find a good short sword or something, but unfortunately the rapier is... Can I? Nope, it doesn't let me. Up to 6. That did 49. Fine. That would give me 9 plus yeah. It would be 6 to 14. Okay, 6 to 14. Let's take a look at the rapier. It would technically come out as more than the rapier. Okay. Alright. We'll do that then. Very well. Let's make sure that everybody's got potions. You got 9.
Salutations.
Got 11.
I've got a long road ahead.
Okay. Let's go around. Yeah, that was all up there. This takes me to the goblin camp. At least those 2 roads anyway. Oh, and I need to explore the well. That's right. Let's see. How
Your
much do you
desire.
have? You have 2 spell slots. You have plenty. You'll be fine.
No, never mind.
And you're fine, except you don't have any more bardic inspiration.
Never a dull moment.
Alright, we'll head to the well. I could jump down that way. Let's try the well. I think the well is like right next to a waypoint or something like that. You looking down the well?
Scram!
Well, you're in my way.
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable.
Oh, I have an investigation proficiency. I didn't know that.
Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the dappled light.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
Look at this.
Want to dance?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Come out and fight me!
She's yelling. Why are you yelling? Save. This might be a fight. Could be too big for the few spell slots I have. There's one phase spider. No, there's another one nearby. Oh, it's that one.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Don't mind if I do.
Let's see here. Oh, damn it. Okay. Well, at least I got first initiative. Let's take a look here. Editor cap. Phase spider. Where's the other one? Ah, there it is. Okay. Visibility. Sleep. Okay, I see how that works. Let's see. Oh yeah, invisibility. Scare. There we go. And we'll do this. Alright, let's see. Fantastic. Calling another deal then. The attacker upon death, the invisibility to all nearby creatures removed by fire or acid. Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, good looking. Come on, let's go. I'll use this. Okay, that should have worked.
time to fill some graves.
Awesome, that worked.
Just hurry this along.
You can trip. Explode a corpse. Cone chill. Already got shrunken grass. Whiteboard. Friends. I think I want Mage Hand. And the boy is demanding. You silly boy. Want me to tuck you in again, huh? Alright, there you go. Very, very high maintenance, Jack Russell. Okay. Take a look at the spells. Got that. I think it's usually that's not worth it. It's usually Flaming Sphere and either Ice Knife. Let's see. Let's take a look at what Flaming Sphere does. 2 to 12 damage. Usually it's that. I don't know. Let's take a look. I'll just double check my guide I've been looking at. This is level 4. Flaming Sphere and Mirror Image. Honestly, I never use Flaming Sphere. I'm gonna use Ice Knife. And I don't use Hold Person a whole lot. Yeah. Because I've seen Hold Person scrolls, and I can learn from those. That'll be fine. We'll go with that. And then my ability improvement should be +2 intelligence. That's right. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. There's nearby enemies and objects. Sphere, but it's bright light. You don't need sleep. Grease. Magic missile. And I don't have my second level spells anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So since I don't have that, I will keep this. Cantrip. Why do I have to prepare that? That's so weird. Why is that there? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, look at that. I still have access to it. That doesn't make sense. Whatever. Okay. We're gonna take you. You. We'll do one more on you. There we go. Got rid of infested.
This'll be me.
This'll be mean. Let's see what she says. Right? Is that what I want to do? Do I want to range attack? That's my own range. Could I get closer?
Have to keep going.
There we go. Awesome. Took them off the field. So I'll go with that for now, I think. Actually, I'll do, you're not immune to poison. No, you're resistant. Nice. Hold up.
Onward.
Aw, 2 damage.
Put him up.
think so. Seven? Yeah, that'll kill you.
Let's move.
Here we are. Money.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Press clutch. Interesting. Alrighty, let's see here. Oh, yep. There's a big spider over there. Let's see. Oh, and I need to be able to see chat. Spurred Bane. Critical urgency. During combat, when the wearer starts to turn with 50%, for one turn.
Soldier.
Alrighty. Let's see here.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Nice. Getting some goodies. Wait. I thought.
No time to dally.
Oh, what just happened? Oh, is it because spider's there? There's a big old spider queen over there. Leather gloves. Deck thoughts. Hmm.
No one stopped me yet.
I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can use it. And it's a light armor thing, so I'll send it to. Who's darn it? Send that to Karlak. And to wares. And then let's do what's this? Interesting. Okay. We'll do a quick level up. I think I'd either do friends or get advantage on charisma checks. Oh no. Yeah, I'll do that one. And then spells. All right. Thanks for joining us, Left-Handed Jedi. It was great having you. I appreciate everyone who's been with us. We'll be wrapping it up pretty soon here. I think I'm gonna try and do. I'm gonna try and fight the spider matriarch or whatever, and then after that, uh, we'll call it. Do I not already have invisibility? I think I already took that. person, healing word, sleep. What did I do for it? I didn't take feather. I could take knock. Solicit restoration. Let's see. Yeah. I think I'll do. Yeah, I have invisibility. I disguise self. Whispers. Yep. Hmm. And I think I'm going either for the ability of or Hmm. Okay. Looks like that's about right. Am I too tall for the dead? Hmm. Roll 4. Up wisdom. Spells. Warning. Weapon. Warning. And it's not worth losing a level 1 spell slot. I think I'll do Bane right now. And then I'll change it later. Straightforward. I think we'll stick with Elkhart for now. 15 feet. Yeah, we'll keep that for now. And I can't remember if we do. I think we do Great Weapon Master one later. ability improvement. Alrighty, that should do it for all.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Where am I? Oh, we were going this way. That's right.
What do I have to lose?
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make this slow, huh? Is there a way to get back up from here? I don't see one. Oh, I guess it's through those boxes. Okay. Alright, we'll come back to you. See what's this way.
What's hiding here?
Nothing? Ooh, yes. Come on now. There we go. Well, this was good. Serves with more than regret. I weep for the decades spent treading the murky waters of profanity while my true queen waited in the shadows. Even my name, Eliette, feels foreign and foul upon my tongue. A high elf exalted by Lolth herself, my drow captors cannot fathom it. But I see their house's downfall and visions great by the Spider Queen herself. When that day comes, when some unnamed whelp from an insignificant house cuts the matron mother's throat, I will escape. I will find solitude, and I will worship Lolth with my very soul. Spiders, berries, captures their large They can sense my devotion. It draws them. I hear them in the shadows, whispers from the Dark Mother. I woke to a gift wrapped in spider silk. A pair of boots taken from a heretic's corpse. Lolth sends her daughters to reward my faith, to let me know I am on the right path. Another gift. The corpse of a drow, sigil scarred upon his face. An arachnomancer, one with the power to inhabit the spider's form. It is a message, a calling. My blood already dries upon the dagger, her blessed image carved into my skin. Interesting. And then I think this is the final one. This book's leaves are stuck together with thick webbing that bleaches ink when pulled from the page. Only the final entry remains remotely legible. It is time. I will forever transcend this blasphemous flesh and refashion myself in the Queen's image. No longer will I be bound to this lowly form, this base shape of organ and bone. Even the arachnomancers of Menzoberranzan shall weep at my feet, their little spells so feeble and fleeting. Today I found the house of Lolth, and I shall be its matriarch. Spider step boots. Great, I can wear those.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Mm-hmm. There we go. It is drawn upon this part. Depicting rituals of kind. At the bottom, two figures, a spider and an elf, are sketched within overlapping circles. A single word is penned beneath them. Transcendence. Scroll of web. Alright. Now, before we call it, let's see if we can get that Spider Queen. I wish you luck, Tilt. I'm sure that message was from a while back, but I just saw it. Okay, which way am I going?
ready and willing.
If I recall, fastest way to do this.
Such a long way down.
Cred. There's the. Oh, I might lose out on some loot, but I think it's worth it. Damn it. Ah, I didn't make it. Alright, hold on. I can do it. I can do it. If I don't get it this second time, I'll just accept the consequences. I mean, I should be doing that kind of all along, but I think I'll let that be my Dark Urge campaign, where I just accept the, wherever it goes. Oh, do I have invisibility? I do have an invisibility potion. Oh, that's right. I can't make it that way. I forgot. I have to do it this way. I'm gonna go to the very edge. It worked.
Step by step.
Right? Is that what I want? Or do women?
On the double.
should be... There it is. Why are you following me? Oh, I see. Oh. Is it because...
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Four, 2, 5. Neat.
Well, well, well.
Where are all the spears? Okay, that's one.
Stealth mode activated.
Yeah, I can go down there. Here's the dark amethyst.
How far down does it go?
Oh, I forgot. Oh well.
My faith
And then
protects me.
you...
Quiet as a mouse.
Can you take necrotic? You can.
Let's make this quick.
GG. Awesome.
I've got a long road ahead.
There we go. That was it. We did it, fam. W's in the chat for basket. She won the day. Oh yeah, I want my my boots back. Anything over here? No. Okay. I think that's the whole cave. Just gotta go that way, I believe. And I think this is just the other entrance. Yeah, this is just the other entrance.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Ooh. Anything down here? I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. I think it's just to help you get back up if you fall. Oh, I can't target the wall. You have to be able to get the thingy. Okay. Well, we are going to save, and then we're gonna wrap up. Where am I? Can I go this way? I don't think I can go that way. Doesn't look like it. Oh no, I can't go that way. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Are you able to make it? Why are they all going that way? That was like a long way around, wasn't it? Okay then. Gale's just a slow poke. Well, he did kill the spider matriarch, so he can be a slow poke. Alrighty. We'll save here. And then I'll have her play us out. What do we feel like? We feel like we just finished an old time battle. How about that? All right. Okay, everybody. Well, that was a show. Was it a good one? I don't know. The last part felt relaxing. Personally, I mean, I also wasn't too stressed in the first part, but you know, I did have kind of fun talking about that. Ooh, hold on. How do I recenter? It's got me on mouse controls now. Here we go. There. All right. Here we are. So let me pull up. All right. Thank you everybody for joining the stream. And we have Randall and Tilt still with us. Thank you. I think I saw Ryan jump in, and I think I also saw. Oh yeah, Left-Handed Jedi. Thank you to Steven for dropping by and jumping on the thing with me. Oh my gosh, we have a split 50-50 vote on the next one. Well then, uh, for the next one, next week, I think what I'll do, since we had a majority vote last week to alternate, like going forward, uh, it, I guess I'll make that like kind of a deciding vote. Uh, so next week can be Dark Urge. Um, and if people aren't having fun with Dark Urge, we can always just swap back over to Bard. So that's, that's no problem. So next week we'll try Dark Urge, and if people aren't having fun, we can continue with the Bard. So I also want to invite people to like, so that people will continue to participate. I'm sure that everybody left over here has probably already liked, because I did see it went up to 14 likes. So I'm sure the remaining people here, 5 people here, all put their likes in. So for everybody who liked, thank you so much. If you're watching this in the future, please also leave a like, so that we can have people find us when we go live, and we can have more people join the discussion, get more people up on the live stage. That also goes for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed already, every now and then something happens. I gotta reschedule, so the usual Tuesday, Thursday schedule might suddenly be thrown off, and I'll have to reschedule for like the, following Tuesday. Sorry, I think I said Tuesday, Thursday. I meant to say Monday, Thursday. So typically this is on a Monday night at 9 p.m. Central, but every now and then there are tech issues, delays. Sometimes, it can't be right off on the dot. And, crazy things happen. So make sure you subscribe so you are notified when I go live. On Thursdays, you can watch more fantasy role-playing game fun with my weekly tabletop role-playing group on our Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Central stream. We'll be playing D&D. We always welcome guests who want to join a session and do a little guest appearance, have a little cameo, anything like that. So if that's something that you'd be interested in, get your, dip your toe into role play, see how you like it. There's also some potential one-shots in the future with the game master who runs the Norse Haven campaign. And so if you want to try out some one-shots, join the Ready to Roleplay server. And you can also, oops, hold on. Boy, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to unpin the message. There we go. So, here is the Ready to Roleplay Discord. You can also get updates for roleplays, campaigns, all that good stuff right here on this server. We have all sorts of community stuff, and you'd also be notified of when I go live on there, too. Let's see, what else? We have a secular humanist Discord. That's the one that I've been using the stage for tonight, since I like to keep the more like diverse, religion, politics talk more in that Discord, because, you know, roleplay exclusive stuff tends to be on the Ready to Roleplay server. So if you want to have more, um, you know, in-depth discussions, then and also participate with a secular humanist community, you can find that on this Discord. Um, for places to find me, you can find me right here on the server. I told you the dates here. And oh, and I want to thank the Creator Advocacy Network. There's a link in the description, and also you'll find when I end the stream, you can see their number and a link to their website. So thank you so much for giving us an ethical framework that aligns with secular humanism, and we can work together to, uh, you know, spread what it's like to be an ethical secular humanist. And there's the resources for anyone who's interested as either a victim, community member, or creator. And for everyone who made it this far, thank you for joining our chill, open discussion. I hope it provided a chance for you to think critically or kick back and listen until you're ready to go to sleep. We'll see you next Monday at 9 p.m. Central. And at that time, we can resume our game while we gam. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night.